You know, given a choice between fighting Cincinnatus, I'll take a beer.
What am I looking at here? Who built this?
There are holograms at the far end of the room. Might we investigate? Don't linger. Bad weirdness underground, remember? A synthetic. Perhaps I can recover its final directives. Xeno's behind! Reorient!
There's a leak in Katanga's cisterns. We're gonna bypass it. I'll walk you through the repairs. There's a lot of Xenos in the area, so everything we mess with is gonna bring waves of them down on your heads.
Fireteam, we've got to restart the pumps in Lakasi Tower's freshwater cistern. We start at the bottom and work up. Each repair is gonna draw a shitload of Xenos. Get prepped, then open the vents.
Tập thể hình kết hợp với gym và MMA để có thân hình hoàn hảo. Hạn chế tập luyện kết hợp hai loại này cùng một ngày. Tập thể hình là quá trình rèn luyện để có thân hình vạm vỡ, rắn chắc. Còn luyện tập võ MMA để tốt được sức khỏe và khả năng tự vệ khi gặp kẻ xấu tấn công. Nên tập luyện gym trước khi tập luyện võ MMA 1 đến 2 tiếng có thể giúp bạn tạo được sức lực bền bỉ trong cơ thể, hỗ trợ tăng cường sức khỏe khi tập luyện võ thuật. Tuy nhiên, dù có tốt, bạn cũng nên lưu ý một điều: không nên tập hai loại này trong cùng một ngày, bởi sẽ gây mệt mỏi cho cơ thể. Bạn không còn chú ý đến vấn đề kỹ thuật. Vì thế, tốt nhất nên xen kẽ mỗi ngày để cho cơ thể cảm thấy thoải mái nhất. Luôn chú trọng đến rèn luyện gym kết hợp với võ thuật, kèm theo đó là chế độ dinh dưỡng khoa học. Các bạn nên áp dụng bài tập này dành cho võ thuật, cường độ tập từ 3 đến 5 ngày. 3 ngày đầu dành cho những bài tập gym, 2 ngày còn lại là những bài tập được bổ sung thêm. Mục đích phục vụ cho những kỹ năng chiến đấu MMA bao gồm đường hấp, võ thuật tổng hợp, rèn luyện tim mạch và độ dẻo dai. Ngày 1, gym. Bắt đầu khởi động làm nóng cơ thể bằng cách đi đất và squat đúng cách. Ngoài ra, vẫn áp dụng chạy bộ khoảng 800m, mỗi bài tập trên thành 3 nhấc, mỗi nhấc từ 5 đến 15 cái. Tiếp đến áp dụng bài tập training, một phương pháp để nhịp độ nhanh kết hợp với các bài tập thể như đi xe và các bài tập aerobic ở mức độ cao. Bài tập này chủ yếu gồm đi sang và làm nhanh hơn. Cuối cùng, tập bài để tập cơ và bụng, nâng đẳng, squat và lại kết hợp trở lại. Ngày 2, có tập hợp của cardio. Áp dụng tập luyện 5 lần cardio bao gồm chạy đường dài, đi xe đạp, với phân loại tổng hợp MMA. Tập luyện của tập đi xe và đi tập cơ bản nâng cao. Ngày 3, tiếp tục một tập con. Để tập luyện thể hiệu quả như thế, cần phân loại cơ thể của bụng và người và nên áp dụng tập luyện cơ con. Tập luyện tập bụng và cơ điều kiện tay cơ. Ngoài ra, lúc tăng sức bền, hạn chế tình trạng chấn thương khi tập luyện, tăng cường sự vận hóa trong cơ thể, cải thiện tư thế và ổn định cơ thể. Ngày 4, ô tổng hợp, một cardio, lặp lại ngày thứ 2. Ngày thứ 5, thể dục không cơ có, lặp lại ngày thứ 3. Vừa rồi Linh chia sẻ của mình chế độ tập luyện của em bây giờ gym. Và ai đang có nhu cầu mua dụng cụ tập gym, hãy klik đường link trong mô tả nhé. Xin chào và hẹn gặp các bạn video lần sau.
Water pumps are on the deck. Get them open and flowing.
Khi tập luyện võ MMA 1 đến 2 tiếng có thể giúp bạn tạo được sức lực bền bỉ trong cơ thể, hỗ trợ tăng cường sức khỏe khi tập luyện võ thuật. Tuy nhiên, dù có tốt, bạn cũng nên lưu ý một điều: không nên tập hai loại này trong cùng một ngày, bởi sẽ gây mệt mỏi cho cơ thể. Bạn không còn chú ý đến vấn đề kỹ thuật, vì thế tốt nhất nên xen kẽ mỗi ngày để cho cơ thể cảm thấy thoải mái nhất. Luôn chú trọng đến rèn luyện gym kết hợp với võ thuật, kèm theo đó là một chế độ dinh dưỡng khoa học. Các bạn nên áp dụng bài tập này dành cho một tuần, cường độ tập từ 3 đến 5 ngày. 3 ngày đầu dành cho những bài tập gym, 2 ngày còn lại là những bài tập được bổ sung thêm. Mục đích phục vụ cho những kỹ năng chiến đấu MMA, bao gồm đồng hấp, võ thuật tổng hợp, rèn luyện tim mạch, rồi tương lai. Ngày 1, gym. Bắt đầu khởi động làm nóng cơ thể bằng cách đi đất, 3 đúng cách. Ngoài ra, còn áp dụng chạy bộ khoảng 800m, mỗi bài tập trên thành 3 điểm, mỗi hiệp từ 5 đến 15 cái. Tiếp đến áp dụng bài tập training là phương pháp để nhịp độ nhanh kết hợp với các bài tập gym, và các bài tập này được tập luyện cao. Bài tập này chủ yếu không chỉ thời gian mà là cơ. Cuối cùng, tập bài để nâng cơ, tập bụng, nâng tạ, quát, và kết hợp thở. Ngày 2, có tổng hợp, tập bốt và cardio. Áp dụng tập luyện các bài tập cardio bao gồm chạy đường dài, đi xe đạp. Đối với họ tổng hợp chạy bên tây, tập luyện nhiều luyện chuyên nghiệp và những bài tập cơ bản nâng cao. Ngày 3, để dùng một tập bó. Để tập luyện hiệu quả kinh tế và chân phát bảo cơ thể vô cùng tốt và nên áp dụng tập luyện của con. Cuối cùng thì là tập bụng phá bụng, tiết kiệm thể thương, thời gian giúp tăng sức bền, hạn chế tình trạng tổn thương khi tập luyện, tăng cường sự vận hóa trong cơ thể, cải thiện cơ thể, ổn định cơ thể. Ngày 1, có tổng hợp của một tập luyện, lặp lại ngày thứ 2. Khác có thể được có lặp lại ngày thứ 3. Tôi sẽ tập luyện để có tập luyện của em bây giờ. Và nào là những câu hỏi hãy klik link trong mô tả nhé. Xin chào và hẹn gặp các bạn video lần sau.
tragic. I can't live average to be a life's magic. Turn it up in the back cause I'm grabbing everything I want, get in my way and I'm stabbing. I'll be moving crowds till I'm 6 feet napping. They need another fix, hooked on like an addict. I got my eyes on the prize and it's hidden lives. I wanna live till I die, make a difference right. I wanna give those in need a reason to fight. I wanna live every day like it's my last night. I wanna change how we play the game. Rearrange all the pieces till they say my name. We shed a dance, do what they say. I wanna stand up and start a revolution. I wanna 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 start a revolution.
Did you hear? Last week, the president signed off on a new lending for bad credit program. This was passed in order to prevent a recession and save Americans drowning in debt. I had over $20,000 in credit card debt, so I decided to give it a try. I ended up getting approved for $32,000. I paid all my cards off, and I even had leftover cash for other bills. All you need to do is go over to this website right here. Tell them what you need the money for, as well as let them know how much money you need. Then you'll see approval of up to $40,000 with cash in your bank account in just a few days. Swipe up now to claim yours today.
Steven Seagal is a bit of an enigma for a lot of martial artists because a lot of people see him as a person who is incapable of telling the truth. But at the same time, they respect him as someone who has achieved a high level of skill in the martial art of Aikido. The problem is that if Steven Seagal, the movie star, were just Steven Seagal, who runs a martial arts gym in suburbia Midwest USA, he would be seen as a predator who would be in one of Rob's McDojo Life McDojo news videos, because Steven Seagal is an absolute monster who has done nothing his entire career but place himself in positions to engage in predatory behavior. I posted a video last year called The Problem with Steven Seagal, and I was surprised to see that a lot of people defending Seagal, saying that I did poor research or that I've been listening to too many rumors. So I decided to actually look into Mr. Seagal, and I was shocked because Steven Seagal is worse than I could even imagine. What I saw was that Steven Seagal has 4 roles that he plays, and the common thread among all 4 of them, well, besides the constant lying, is that each one of them allows Steven Seagal to engage in some very abusive behavior that began the minute Seagal stepped into his first role as the sensei. So that's where we'll start.
He's a legitimate Aikido master, like 100% absolute legitimate Aikido master.
According to Seagal's website, Stephen Frederick Seagal was born in Lansing, Michigan on April 10, 1952. His humble childhood was underscored by a fascination with the martial arts and the blues. Seagal mastered martial arts at an early age, becoming a 7th-degree black belt and an Aikido master. The thing is, when Seagal first hit the scene, he was telling people that he was from Brooklyn, New York for some reason. I guess to make him appear to be the tough guy that he played in his early movies. This all stopped when Seagal's mother told the truth, that the family moved to Fullerton, California when Seagal was 5 years old. He was actually frail due to asthma while living in Michigan, but he thrived after the move to Orange County. She said that Seagal was into rock music and not the blues as he claimed. Later, he worked with a Japanese man in Garden Grove, and that's how his martial arts journey actually began. I talked more about this in my previous video, The Problem with Steven Seagal, so I'm not going to rehash the stuff from that video. But here's where things get interesting during Seagal's role as the sensei. Oh, and if you wonder why I keep saying Steven's last name is Seagal, it's because that's the actual proper pronunciation of his name. Steven saw the Chagall exhibit at a museum, and he liked the sound of the word, so he changed the pronunciation of his last name. So after studying Okinawan karate in California, Seagal was convinced to go to Japan around the age of 19. Things didn't work out, and he returned to California where he would eventually meet Miyako Fujitani, who was teaching Aikido in California at the time. Now, I should mention that Seagal at one point was saying that he studied under Aikido founder.
Hey, if you happen to have all requisitions, come
passed away before Seagal even made
that
it
bastard
over to
followed me
Japan.
back.
Seagal fans
Nobody
like to
wants that
deny that Steven ever made the claim, but you can read it for yourself in some of Seagal's first interviews in Black Belt magazine from 1988 and 1990. In 1974, Seagal returned to Japan with his Aikido instructor, Miyako Fujitani. Now, I defended this move in my last video, but since then, well, I learned that Robert Strickland, who was working as a CIA consultant in Japan, and Robert Strickland says that Steven Seagal married Miyako to avoid the draft. He believed that marrying a Japanese national and moving to Japan would make him less likely to be deported and sent back to the U.S. I thought this guy was a patriot. Now, Seagal fans love to point out that Steven was the first Westerner to open a dojo in Japan. But that's not true. When his father-in-law retired from teaching, Seagal took over the teaching duties, but the dojo was owned by his mother-in-law, and it was managed by his wife. Miyako went on to say that Steven Seagal only earned his black belt because the judge in charge of his grading fell asleep during his presentation. He was so embarrassed that when he woke up, he awarded Seagal with his black belt. The stories about Seagal fighting the Yakuza and throwing people out of the dojo are also untrue. Miyako said that Seagal only chased away a few drunks outside the school. Seagal likes to tell people how the dojo attracted the attention of the CIA and other high-ranking military members in Japan, and many of them went on to become Seagal's students. Now, if you listen to the Seagal hype, well, it's because Seagal was such a highly accomplished practitioner of Aikido, but the reality is that these were Americans. They were obviously joining a dojo where another American was open to teaching Americans in English. If you've never been to Japan, there are some businesses to this day that will not allow Americans unless they speak and read Japanese. And I personally experienced this in Sasebo when I was in the Navy. But keep this part in your memory banks about Seagal teaching people like Robert Strickland, who actually was a CIA consultant, and other high-ranking military personnel, because this is going to come up again later. Why? Because Steven Seagal is an absolute monster. But anyway, Seagal's role as sensei would eventually shift from Japan back to America. Steven told his wife that he wanted to go back to the U.S. to get rich in Hollywood or to open up restaurants. Miyako believed in Seagal's dream, so she says she spent years saving money and living on the bare minimum so that she could fund Seagal's dreams. Well, Seagal returned to the U.S. where he opened his first dojo in Taos, New Mexico, and he thanked his wife Miyako by marrying his second wife, actress Adrienne LaRusso, while he was still married to Miyako, who was still in Japan, raising their children. So while Seagal is busy cheating on his first wife with his new wife, the dojo in New Mexico is struggling financially. Seagal was known to leave on these trips where he'd return with cash, and nothing was known about his mysterious financial backers, but Seagal liked to say that he was away carrying out hits for the mob. Eventually, when LaRusso filed for annulment, she said she was basically paying Seagal to stay away from her, but she didn't want to say anything else because she was afraid of Seagal's scary friends. Well, at this point, Seagal is starting to transition to his next role, his biggest role, the movie star. So while Seagal is struggling to keep his dojo open and he's married to two women on two different continents, he finally decides to make good on his promise to get rich in Hollywood. Seagal just happens to meet with Kelly LeBrock's manager, who tells him if he wants to break into Hollywood, he needs to be seen with famous people. Seagal, like anyone else who had seen Kelly LeBrock in anything in the 80s, was completely smitten with her.
Don't hate me because I need a role.
Do this brilliant trick for just 15 minutes per day to get incredible abs without working out or dieting. An ingenious college athlete from Berkeley just destroyed the billion-dollar fitness industry by building a device that emulates 10,000 crunches in just a few minutes and builds a clear six-pack up to 10 times faster than regular exercise. The story began 18 months ago. David, a 22-year-old engineering student and a top athlete in his class, was training for his weightlifting championships. Just weeks before his big day, he got sick with the virus and had to take a break in his training. When he finally recovered, he felt weak and unready for the championships as his progress had reversed. While his family and friends tried to convince him to give up,
he decided to take matters into his own hands. Blessed with the gift for engineering and the motivation to get back in shape quickly, he was able to reverse engineer common electric stimulation devices and found what they were all missing. Using the EIMD phenomenon that powers all the muscle tissue growth in a human's body, he built a one-of-a-kind device that uses an innovative type of stimulation to rapidly burn fat and grow muscle. Having only 2 weeks left for his championships, he started using the device for 20 minutes per day to improve his core muscles, and the results were incredible. Just after a few days, he felt like his strength was coming back, and he started losing all the fat he gained while being sick. And after 2 weeks, not only did he win the championships, leaving the competitors far behind, but also his abs were visible like never before. After word got out about what he'd made, investors quickly lined up. He was told by his coach that he would go down in history, and he secured over $5 million in investment to bring his product to market. Partnering with top engineers in his field, they perfected the prototype and readied it for mass production. David called it Ultimate Abs 360, and it's the most powerful tool for bodybuilding ever made that allows anyone to burn fat and get a six-pack of abs within just a few weeks. It works by sending gentle electric pulses to exercise the affected muscle and promote rapid muscle growth while burning belly fat at the same time. When your muscles receive the signal, they contract and flex, replicating natural muscle contractions and activating up to 10,000 punches in just a single 15-minute session. The electric pulses not only target and stimulate the deepest core muscles, but also you can use it for your arms and legs, emulating a full body workout. It's like hacking your body into a full-blown muscle-producing machine, but without the expensive gym subscriptions, and you can do it from the comfort of your home, work, or anywhere really. The Ultimate Abs 360 was just awarded the A Fitness Innovation Award, making this device the most important invention of 2022. We've received tons of messages from professional trainers who are implementing the Ultimate Abs 360 into their workout routine, and others who have struggled their entire life with losing weight. Now they're losing between 2 to 6 pounds per week. Whether you want to lose weight, get rid of that beer belly, or build six-pack abs that will draw everyone's attention on the beach, the possibilities with the Ultimate Abs 360 are endless. When David first launched Ultimate Abs 360, it spread like wildfire in his community. What he didn't expect was for everyone to start showing off their incredible abs all over the internet they built thanks to this device. After going viral, it's so
he pulls a straight-up baller move and takes off to Japan to meet her not long after that meeting with her manager. So Seagal is back in Japan where his wife and kids live, while his other wife is back in the U.S., and he's going to meet Kelly LeBrock so that he can break into Hollywood. Was completely smitten with her.
Got a restart the pumps in the Kazi Towers freshwater
Pulls a
system.
straight-up baller move and takes off to Japan to meet her not long after that meeting with her
Each repair is
manager.
gonna draw a shit
So
ton of
Seagal is
sinos.
back in
Get
Japan
prepped,
where his
then
wife and
open the
kids
pits.
live, while his other wife is back in the U.S., and he's going to meet Kelly LeBrock so that he can break into Hollywood. Well, he succeeded in meeting her, and within 2 weeks of meeting, they were lovers, and a year later, they were parents. So Seagal at one point had 2 wives on separate continents while he's wooing his third wife. And why is that? Because Steven Seagal is an absolute monster. This dude is terrible, worse than I could even imagine. Back to our story. So by this point, the town dojo completely failed. Seagal called one of his shady friends to steal Kelly LeBrock's Porsche so he could get insurance money from the dojo. So, I mean, remember when Kelly's manager told Seagal if he wanted to make it into Hollywood, he needed to be seen with famous people. Being married to Kelly LeBrock wasn't enough. Seagal had to take a pay from his speech playbook and become sensei to the stars. And that's exactly what he did. In 1987, he opened a dojo in Los Angeles where he taught some of his former students, James Comer, Sean Connery, his friends, and the person responsible for launching Seagal's career, Michael Ovitz arranged for Seagal to meet with executives at Warner Brothers where he would demonstrate Aikido. Mark Makita, a karate instructor, was brought in to serve as Seagal's bouquet for the demonstration. By the end, the Warner Brothers executives were amazed. They'd never seen anything like what Seagal was doing, and one said that he couldn't believe how easily Seagal could grab someone and throw them across the room with very little effort. The only thing is that the entire thing was staged. Mark Makita said the only way Seagal's technique would work is if he allowed himself to be thrown for the demonstration. But after that demonstration, Warner Brothers dropped $50,000 on a screen test for Seagal, and the entire thing was a complete disaster. Seagal had no charisma, and his whispering voice was terrible on film. And since Michael Ovitz stepped in, like I said, Michael Owens launched the Gauls' career. Owens was the casting agent for the weapon, and when he was called on in 1902, believe it or not, to take a raise on the sequel, Seagal was hired to make a movie. Now, there are questions about if Owens was actually bribed by the mafia to vouch for Seagal, but this is something that's going to come up throughout Seagal's time as a movie star, up until he started to make direct-to-video movies. In 1990, Seagal is at the peak of his fame. By this time, he's done Above the Law, Hard to Kill, Hard for Death, and Out for Justice, making him a bona fide action hero. Around this time, Steven Seagal started his own production company, Julius Nasso. This marks an interesting twist in Seagal's career. He'd already had a history of implying that he had some kind of connection with the mob. Well, this Julius Nasso guy started a pharmaceutical company when he was in college in the 70s, where he was selling health supplements. But what I heard is that he was selling drugs to sailors. And on top of that, Julius Nasso's uncle, who had the same name, Julius Nasso, owned a concrete company that was in some trouble involving Anthony Salerno, the original Fat Tony. Basically, these guys were connected to the Gambino crime family. It turns out that Nasso loaned Seagal $500,000 of the Gambino family's money into a 4-picture deal. After forming their production company, Seagal was no longer under contract with Warner Brothers. They paid his production company, or sometimes his money went directly to Julius Nasso. And on top of that, members of the Gambino family, for their revenue, started to appear in Seagal's movies. Steven Seagal is notorious for his stuntmen and hurting people on the set, but if you look at some of his early movies, there are people in some fight scenes who never get hit. And it turns out that those guys were all associates with the Gambino family.
Hi guys, they have shared True Connect with regular service. They are on a mission to connect the underconnected. They will make sure that everyone has a cellular service. As a mom of 4, I know how important it is for me to communicate with my family, and that was even emphasized this year with virtual learning. Yes, virtual learning. Tons of communication. I need the phone. I need internet access. Any other information, all information, especially in times of need. Right now, they have a lifeline service where you can cellular service, wireless, you can hotspot, you can phone acquisition and shipping free. It only takes 5 minutes to sign up. Click the link in my bio, check them out. I put the link in my caption, and make sure you share this post to everyone because it's important that we all have the ability to communicate in times of need.
Over 40 and don't fail in bed are taking this powerful compound a few times a day. You just need to let it dissolve for a few seconds before drinking, and this will be able to make your tool steady as a rock. This works even if you are over 45, 65, or 65 years old, and it only takes 30 seconds to do. It's something any man can start at any age. I wish I could have discovered this a few years ago, because Marcos, my husband, suffered for a long time without being able to leave his friend up. But today, he stands firm like a rock. He can make his tool solid for hours. That's why he only recommends taking it once a day, despite knowing that there are people who take it 2 or 3 times. I released a recording teaching how to make this natural compound at home. To gain access, all you need to do is click on the Watch Now button that appears on your screen.
We pulled back for now.
And he was given a piece of every movie that they did. Money was coming in.
So when you hear people like Sammy the Bull Gravano telling stories about how Seagal was crying to the FBI, about how he was being extorted by the mafia.
Seagal, those karate movies, remember them things? He should have been taking place.
Well, now you know why. The Gambino family was looking for their money after Seagal decided that he didn't want to make any more movies. And Nasso sent them straight to Seagal while he was working on exit movies. And on top of dealing with the mob, Seagal started using all of these friends that he made when he was sensei to the stars. Seagal managed to get close to all kinds of special forces operators, FBI and CIA agents, along with consultants, sewing for the purpose of taking their stories and telling them as if they happen to hit her. Skull tried to tell a story about transporting people right as the secrets of the Sun Army. Everything was going okay until one guy who faced one of the reds got this. Hey bro, I told you that story. Another time Seagal's treasure hunting off the coast of Barbados with Gary Goldman. Bragging about his time as a David casinos. Gary Goldman, everyone scared and vouched in the press for Seagal and the wonderful movie together. After they fell out, Goldman repeated all of that stuff. He said that Seagal liked to influence the operators to steal their stories and make it part of his own personal narrative. Anyway, after Seagal was done bragging about his time as a SEAL while they were on treasure hunting, before he almost drowned in cold water, Seagal was banning Goldman and the people there and pushed back on the road. Maybe Seagal was doing shit. Also, Seagal's friend from Japan, Seagal has some tricks about the killing on Gary Goldman after he told the president Seagal was lying about his past. Seagal also called up his friend Robert Strickland after the chief article came out and supposedly he lies. Seagal wants Strickland to have someone who exposed the article writer after he was gay. Strickland wasn't gay. As a matter of fact, Seagal did an interview on the Arsenio Hall show. The source was calling out and shaming out. Seagal was called out and likes to flex by going on TV and trying to intimidate that person. It's kind of like what Seagal tried to do with those media just yanking. If you want to hear anything to the smack talk that happened in that video, just let me know in the comments and I'll have to make it
down a bit. You're looking for filtration.
There's a lot of stuff that Seagal is a monster. But anyway, Seagal kept trying to get his former CIA consultant friend Robert Strickland to carry out his dirty work whenever he got exposed by somebody. Well, that is until he finally fell out with Robert Strickland. So at the time, Seagal was making the rounds of nighttime talk shows, David Letterman, Arsenio Hall, and the other guys when he was at the height of his career making movies. Seagal was asked about being a consultant with the CIA.
Did you or did you not work with the CIA? Did I make that up, or people just saying that to be funny, or did you actually have a job with the Central Intelligence Agency?
Have you ever lived a dangerous life that might be like the lives they live? And he shared a story about something that happened. He told a story that he heard from Robert Strickland, and Robert Strickland just happened to be watching the interview. Strickland sued Seagal, and Seagal, being the kind of person to run till that, told Strickland to back off because he has powerful friends. Later, a friend contacted Robert Strickland, and they told him that he really should back off because Seagal did have some powerful people who were heavily invested in his public image. And now we know that it was the Gambino crime family. So all this stuff about Steven Seagal literally being hard to kill in real life, like he portrayed in his movies, well, that was all set up by the mob because they were actually invested in the success of this guy's movies. And Seagal went along with all of it because, well, Steven Seagal is an absolute monster.
Well, you're not knowing law.
Police officer.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But I don't care about the law.
Obviously, a person showing signs of possibly being a pathological liar, manipulating men for law, has little regard for the law. But when Seagal relegated to directing video films, he decided to reinvent himself as a dog knockoff Seagal law and reality series. And he started Seagal's next role as the law. According to Seagal, he actually been an author for years while he was also making movies. The truth is that outside of playing confidence movies, Steven Seagal actually has no training as a police officer. He claims to have done some training at the WAP Academy and no records with the city of Los Angeles to substantiate that claim. The truth is that Seagal started with martial arts training with police officers.
He's teaching them how to do karate.
Man, why the fuck? Why you put that shit right here, man?
have no idea what that means, but I just think it likes also
Nah, I shot him.
Volunteer ride-alongs. He absolutely zero training. TV show. Superstar training school spent the same day that passed the guy motivated was still training. Students are absolutely zero training as a police officer drove a tank through guys' heads, killing his dog. Marietta County Sheriff's Department was a guy for chicken fighting, even though the only evidence that the guy was chicken fighting was the fact that he owned over 100 chickens and issued a citation being at a chicken fighting event a year earlier. From the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Department. But the thing is, Seagal was not an officer with Jefferson Parish at that time. He was just a regular civilian dropping a tank from this guy's house with a SWAT team to humiliate this guy, who later had all of the charges dropped, and it was just so he could show something off of the reality show. So the question is, why was Seagal no longer an officer with Jefferson Parish after I just told you guys how he got deputized? Seagal was no longer deputy sheriff. Seagal is an absolute monster. Seagal's dog bounty hunter knockoff reality show took out a bad for an executive assistant. This came when he was hired on the job, which he arrived in Louisiana. Seagal told her one of her massage her. If she didn't know how to perform the kind of massage that Seagal was talking about, the teacher might give her a massage. I'm an expert in shiatsu massage. So excited you told me that was next thing it was just grabbed on by Jefferson Parish was going to launch an internal affairs investigation involving the outcome of the lawsuit. And since Silver got the investigation, and I think Seagal would potentially be facing criminal charges and his trafficking lawsuits on evidence. Seagal resigned immediately from his position for the investigation, and he left the state of Louisiana because Seagal didn't already sound like an absolute monster. Turns out this wasn't the first time the originally tried something like that. In 2006, Seagal attended Ray Charles School. Later, Seagal drove Ray Charles' granddaughter to the office about working as an executive assistant. Her father attended the hearing with her, and she was hired for the job. Later, after Seagal's office attendance, she was informed of the first day of the job. Responsibilities that he gives Seagal a massage every day. If she didn't know how to perform the kind of massage he wanted, he would teach her by giving her a massage. Claire left immediately and hopped on the first flight she could get to Los Angeles, and that was that. Other people were not so fortunate. Seagal was filming on Deadly Ground about 10 years earlier. He invited an 18-year-old extra to a rap party after they rapped for that day of filming. When she arrived at the party, it turns out she was the only person there. And when she arrived at the party, she was a virgin. And when she left, well, she wasn't. And according to her, what allegedly happened was non-consensual. So I'll let you figure it out, and if you haven't, well, I'm just going to say that what allegedly took place happened because Steven Seagal is an absolute monster.
You're clear.
So after being the sensei to the stars who had
Don't
3
forget about the
wives,
supply cabinet.
Willie Starr being backed by the mob, and the ex-cop facing too many Me Too allegations to count, according to the Washington Post, the only thing left for Steven Seagal is to pursue enlightenment. Because if there's anyone who can get people to look the other way when they're accused of sexual offenses and taking money from shady people, it's a religious leader.
I need to know, Mama. In his wisdom, decided to make me deity.
In 1997, Steven Seagal was recognized as the reincarnation of True Dragon Dorje, a 17th century Buddhist Lama by the then believed to be Ricochet. While before Ricochet may have recognized Seagal as Toku, Hollywood recognized something fishy was happening. From what I can tell, it's not been proven that Seagal made a generous donation for Ricochet's monastery. Ricochet's organization denied receiving a substantial size donation from Steven Seagal. But you have to wonder what they define as a substantial size donation. Either way, Seagal took the honor and ran with it, and he makes sure to remind people they can recognize the Toku every chance he gets.
Yeah, I am Obama and
In 1999, Seagal was by his high spiritual accomplishment, passionate martial arts. One of the talks is always on the line, so that drunk announcing reincarnated love, and he on the top of power, passion, and spiritual. At the talk, Seagal Seagal was asked by one audience member who always dresses up in their attire. Seagal's response was to roll his eyes, and then he said, next question. He was asked multiple times about how he can reconcile his spiritual beliefs about compassion and non-violence, the violence that he displays in his action films, and his response was to approach each take with a pure heart and hope that it's visible to the audience, whatever that means. Well, at this point, Gentil actually pressed Seagal on this point after Seagal said something about how it's really about good versus evil, and at the end, it's all about telling a story about winning out over evil. See, the thing is, this type of dualistic thinking reinforces this type of thinking that does not lead to one seeing true nature. So that's why Gentil pressed Seagal about his response. It's not in line with his teaching. Seagal's response to Gentil's question was, well, see, I don't want to talk over.
We are now in topside. Last step is resetting the intakes. 2 decks up.
People's head in the audience.
Because we understood that this was clearly one.
Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know. How would they know?
Hidden Valley Ranch makes pizza extra.
And the truth is that Seagal had no idea what he was talking about on stage. Just like Seagal says lines in his movies, this was just another opportunity for Seagal to flex on stage and pretend to be some enlightened Buddhist monk. The moment someone made him deviate from the script, well, the entire facade he was trying to present fell apart.
Hey, Steven, your ex-wife called. You can't bring the kids over this weekend. You tell that.
So what does any of this have to do with Steven Seagal and his martial arts accomplishments? Because for some people, none of this stuff diminishes him as a martial artist in their eyes. And my question is, I mean, why doesn't it? If someone from my teacher's school had all of these allegations, they'd be kicked out of the school and stripped of their rank. I guess the idea of Buddha or martial arts morality doesn't exist in some Japanese martial arts circles. And this is strange when an art like Aikido is supposed to have a spiritual aspect to it. But, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter what you do as long as you keep taking falls and talking like a blissed out hippie. My question is, how do you even know what Seagal's level of skill is?
His ex-wife said the judge fell asleep during Seagal's black belt test, and it sounds like it may have been reported as an attempt to save face. Seagal's story about fighting Yakuza in Japan was fake. The Aikido demonstration he launched in his career was fake. All the stuff that Seagal made up in his movies, there's no difference when someone gets hurt taking bumps in professional wrestling. The fights are fake, the injuries are real. I'm just going to say this, from all of the internal martial arts people that I know personally, some of them have fought in running combat sports. I never heard any of them say, wow, man, it's Seagal's movements. You've got great internal mechanics. So I'm going to point to my first video for Aikido. The problem with Aikido. And I'm going to say that my understanding of Aikido is that it requires the same internal mechanics that they find in training. And I'm going to say it's the all as so like everything else, it's also a great particular when it comes to martial arts. And I know some people are going to feel some kind of way about practice. And like, this is just me sharing my opinion based on the things that I observed about Steven Seagal. The truth is, Steven Seagal was treated against all of the allegations. None of his mafia stuff was true. And like, how does that change your life? How does that make you better as a martial artist? And I'm going to get mad at you for stupid, slow, again. How do you get mad at me? It's just my opinion that Steven Seagal is an absolute monster. And the only thing that I feel that I can learn from him is how not to be a really bad person. And sometimes, man, I try to stick up for Seagal. Like I did in this video where I lied about fighting this. And he actually mentioned that stuff. So I may have to post some updates in this video. Because I know a lot of what it is around here when I first made it. And also, I know something that actually you should keep training.
One in three men lack this prostate nutrient. It's a total kidney shutdown. Scientists have made an astonishing prostate enlargement discovery. Without this crucial prostate nutrient, your body cannot eliminate urine completely. If left untreated, it can lead to acute urinary retention when a person is not urinating. This can cause sudden kidney failure, which is a very serious potential cause of death. The worst thing about it, 1 out of 3 men are lacking this essential nutrient. Prostate experts urge every man over 40 to take action immediately and do this to shrink and protect their prostate and kidneys. Common symptoms include frequent urination, weak stream, a stream that stops and starts, and an inability to void the bladder. If you experience any of these symptoms, follow the link below to find out how you can shrink your prostate naturally. It helped over 75,000 men easily get control over their bladder and prostate in a way they never thought possible. This unique new prostate health solution, based on over 20 years of research, is scientifically proven to work even if you've been dealing with an enlarged prostate for months, years, or even decades. It's completely natural, requires no dangerous drugs, and you can do it safely from the comfort of your home, starting tonight. Act now before it's too late.
I'll kick those bats.
Exciting online class. All the obstacle around the Bible
word with tangible understanding of people, places, and lifestyle. I look at happiness. I grew up in the United States. December of 1999, I lost the first buddy life. I worked with people. I decided not to today. I can vouch that knowing about that historical and physical place. Absolutely. About this knowledge. Great support today. Literally cannot
This legendary hero warrior man conquered and literally kicked ass in the world of martial arts, then succeeded in a great transition to Chinese Hong Kong Kung Fu cinema, topping it off with a magnificent career in the land of Hollywood land. Jet Li is 5 foot 6 inches of pure badass, always delivering exciting fight scenes, and every single time he is punching, kicking, and pushing the envelope. Jet Li never lets us down. And unlike a lot of other action stars, this dude has range. He doesn't play just a mindless kicking machine in every movie. No. He can play many different characters, many different moods. Vulnerable, brutal, powerful, hurt, noble, kind, evil, and dog. But lately it seems like we're seeing less and less of this warrior poet. But why? Why, I ask, why? Now join me and my trusted research team, a guy named Brad, as we go head-to-head in a battle to discover the answer to the question, a WTF question. And WTF stands for what the in case you were wondering. So yeah, what the happened to Jet Li? But to truly understand what the happened to Jet Li, we must start at the beginning. And the beginning began when he was born on his birthday, 1963, Beijing, China. His father passed away when Jet Li was only 2 years old, and his family was then forced to live in poverty. And in China, their wonderful, glorious government has the power, the unquestionable power, to pick/force your children into a summer activity. And for Jet Li, luckily his government assigned summer activity was martial arts, wushu style, if you care about styles. Li was a natural and quickly joined the Beijing wushu team. By the age of 11, Li was competing against adults and beating them, becoming a national all-around champion. And this was around the time when Bruce Lee had just passed away. So of course the Chinese movie industry President Richard Milhouse Nixon, who asked young Jet Li to be his personal bodyguard. Some say he was joking, but Nixon wouldn't joke with that. But young Jet Li quickly responded with a respectful no thank you, saying that when he grows up, he is not willing to protect just one individual. He wants to defend his 1 billion Chinese countrymen. And this answer pleasantly surprised the crowd, and even Henry Kissinger called young Jet Li a great diplomat. There was also a rumor that Nixon had bugged the hotel rooms of the Beijing Wushu team and were spying on them, because, China. And to test this rumor, young Jet Li would talk to himself and ask the secretly numbered things like ice cream, and wouldn't you know it, delicious Nixon flavored ice cream.
Anything I asked on the table, I had thought, wow, that's true. It's fun.
The acclaim that Lee garnered as a master of martial arts led perfectly into starring roles in the Chinese/Hong Kong film scene. And there he was given the nickname Jet, because he's so fast like a jet, and his first name was too hard to pronounce. Jet Li came out of the gate strong, playing a monk in the groundbreaking film Shaolin Temple in 1982. Jet Li was only 7. This film was the first kung fu movie to be shot in mainland China. It sold over 300 million tickets, making it one of China's highest-grossing films, adjusted for inflation. The film Shaolin Temple is credited with reviving the actual Shaolin Temple, making it a popular tourist spot. And the film spawned 2 in-name only sequels that weren't as well received. Kids from Shaolin and Martial Arts of Shaolin in 1986. Also in 1986, Lee would hop behind the camera for the first and only time in a movie called Born to Defense. Then in 1991, Lee would officially earn that action star status that he was searching for with the Hong Kong martial arts film Once Upon a Time in China, playing a real-life folk hero. The film and its sequels are highly regarded in China and Hong Kong, and are credited with kicking off a massive martial arts craze in the early 90s. Y'all remember the early 90s? It was crazy. Lee would then star in a series of respected China/Hong Kong martial arts films, such as Dragon Fight, 1989. Yeah, Dragon Fight. In 1992, there was a movie called Swordsman. Also, 1992, that year, would bring us The Master. The following year, which is 1993, would bring The Legend, which made him a legend, and Tai Chi Master. Oh, let's not forget Kung Fu Cult Master. I love that title, Kung Fu Cult Master. Then the following year, 1994, would bring The New Legend of Shaolin, and The Defender, which is also known as Bodyguard from Beijing. A lot of these movies have 2 titles, so it's kind of confusing. Then he did the unthinkable and starred in a remake of the legendary Bruce Lee film, Fist of Fury, changing the title slightly to Fist of Legend. And it was like, what, you're remaking a Bruce Lee classic? How dare you? What are you thinking, Jet Li? That is really, really risky, but the risk paid off. And Fist of Legend has gone down as one of the best martial arts films ever made. Wow.
Washington State residents, if you have a utility meter like this on the side of your house, you could get paid to go solar for no money out of pocket. It costs nothing to install the panels and can immediately get a credit on your bill when your meter runs backwards. And then you get paid for the excess power you produce from solar. There are federal and state subsidies available to you to get paid to go solar, and you'll want to take advantage of them before the end of the year. There is a catch. Not all homes qualify, so make sure you click the link to see if you can make $100, $200, or even $500 per month with solar panels at no cost to you.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money you're owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get the money that you are owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you thought about hiring an attorney before, but you didn't because you were unsure or you had reservations, it's not your fault. You were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you could actually make. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anybody who's been in a car accident in the last 10 years. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out the 15-second quiz, you will get an instant quote on how much your case is worth, and me and my team will help you get the money you deserve in as little as the next 30 days. Still think it's too good to be true? Let me tell you about our client, Steven. Now, when Steven first came to us, he was really unsure if his case was going to be worth anything. He was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he didn't know if he was going to get paid for his injury at all. Turns out, after filing a claim with us, he was able to take home over $100,000 in settlement from an accident that was over a year ago. It's possible. No matter what you thought in the past, you can get the money you are owed, and probably a lot more than what you were expecting. Simply click the button below and answer the questions about your case. You get an instant quote about your case's worth, and if you qualify, an attorney from our team will lay out a game plan instantly and for free. The fact that you have been through this pain means you deserve to be compensated. Together, we're going to hold the parties responsible and get you the money that you are owed. So what I want you to do is click the link below and fill out the 15-second quiz. And if after getting your instant quote, it says that you're qualified, it'll ask you for some additional contact details. And someone from my team will reach out and will lay out the fastest game plan for you to get the money that you are owed and get massive compensations for your injury. The YouTube video you're wanting to watch will always be there. But this opportunity and the resources behind it are limited. So you'll want to click the button below and fill out the case worth quiz. So click the button below, begin the short process, and we'll be in touch soon.
Martial arts films ever made. Wow. In 1995, Lee would appear in an action comedy called High Risk, about a bodyguard and stunt double for a cowardly martial arts film star, which Lee would later discover was based off of Jackie Chan. And Lee said he would have never agreed to have been in a movie that would make fun of Jackie Chan in such a way. Disrespectful. Because Jet Li respects Jackie Chan. So yeah, High Risk. It's Jet Li making fun of Jackie Chan without realizing it. But Jet Li did not enjoy working in Hong Kong because the film industry was controlled by the underground mafia. And that's never a good thing, and Jet Li was very uncomfortable with working with the mafia for some reason. He even hired an agent to get him out of his contract. Then tragically, that agent was murdered. Mysteriously. What many see as a mob hit. Yeah, it's a dirty business. But Lee would continue to make films, such as My Father the Hero in 1995. There was Dr. Wei in the scripture with no words, 1996. Also in 1996, there was a cool movie called Black Mask. The fight choreography is absolutely fantastic, but I mean, that can be said with every Jet Li movie. And 1998 brought us a movie called Hitman. Then Jet Li would make the epic quest and travel west, making his Hollywood debut. And even though Lee was a huge star in China/Hong Kong, his career as a famous movie star did not make him rich over there, because China, and at times he was almost making nothing for his films. Extremely little, like unbelievably low amounts of money. So he was inspired by Jackie Chan to go overseas. So Jet would jet over to the land of opportunity, the United States of Hollywood. You know, living that American dream. But Jet Li would soon find out that a short Asian man who can't speak good English wasn't just gonna be handed the keys to Tinseltown. He had to fight for it, like with everything in his life. His big break would come with the sequel to Lethal Weapon 3, called Lethal Weapon 4. In Lee's previous films, the ones in Asia, he always played the hero. But for his Hollywood debut, he would go evil for the first time. And for Lee, playing a bad guy was a real moral crisis for him. Even at one point asking the director, do I really have to play the bad guy? Of course, the role was originally offered to Jackie Chan, who refused to play a villain, because Jackie Chan has to save the day in every frickin' movie. But Jet Li just has to kick ass in every movie, no matter who the character is. Americans loved Jet Li's evil introduction. I remember the first time seeing the trailer for Lethal Weapon 4 and being like, wow, who's that? I can't wait to watch this rated R movie that I'm not allowed to watch. But his fans over in Asia, they were not sure they liked seeing their hero break bad. But it was a risk that Jet Li had to take. And he didn't really have many options. And as you know, at that time, Jet Li did not speak English very goodly, so he had to learn the language of English while making this movie. And since Jet Li was such a strong presence on film, really wanted him in this movie, so the script was rewritten, reworked, and they cut down most of his dialogue, thus creating his strong silent persona, which was perfect. Director Richard Donner had asked Jet Li to slow down his martial arts moves because he was moving too fast for the camera. The camera couldn't actually register his moves. Think about that. The dude was moving faster than modern technology, 1998 technology. Pretty modern in the sense of things in space and time, the history of all things.
If you are 45 or older in the United States and still don't have life insurance, we're going to show you how easy it is to apply for up to $1 million in coverage with no medical exam or face-to-face meeting required. Even if you have some health conditions or are a smoker. Click the blue button under this video to get a risk-free quote today. If you find that you're hesitant about getting life insurance, remember this: we don't buy life insurance for ourselves. We buy it for those who depend on us. Whether that be our wife or husband, our kids, or an aging parent. We get life insurance to ensure that the ones we love don't lose their quality of life if something unexpected were to happen to us. To save them the struggle of trying to make ends meet without our income there to help. The truth is, there's no way to predict what will happen in the future. But we can plan for it. Don't leave your loved ones unprotected.
Click the button below this video now and complete the short survey. If you qualify, you'll get a risk-free quote for coverage up to $1 million. Remember, coverage will never be cheaper for you than it is today, so don't wait. Tap the button below to get started. You'll be glad you did. If you suffer from arthritis, this pain relief tip is a must.
I can't use my arms. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I couldn't take a bath. I was off work for 2 months. I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't tie my shoes. I couldn't put on my bra. I couldn't put on my clothes. My arms were useless. I thought that I was going to be disabled for the rest of my life. I got an MRI that says you're lying. This week. I got doctor bills that says this week. I got a husband that says this is really this. So I don't care what you say.
I wanted to shout because I had not moved my knee like that for a year.
Hello? See this? No surgery. Now if I start crying, y'all gotta forgive me because this is real. I couldn't drive. I couldn't bathe myself. I couldn't wash. I couldn't cook. If I made any movement, both my arms from the shoulder to my wrist would cramp. I was off work on family medical leave for 2 months. They gave me muscle relaxers. They gave me all kinds of drugs. None of that worked. None of it. I became completely disabled. I could not use my arm. Come to find out, I had an MRI in January of this year. And they found out that I had tendonitis and bursitis on top of the partial rotator cuff tear in my right shoulder. One day, after I went through the first bottle and I was about to go through the second bottle, the pain stopped. And I didn't have no more cramp. I didn't have surgery for the rotator cuff tear, just healed. And I woke up one morning and I could lift my arm. See, before I couldn't do this. I couldn't use my arm. Every time I would move. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but
it's okay.
This stuff works. It's worth every penny. I will do a commercial. They can test my blood. I will be a guinea pig for Healthy Back Institute. This stuff works. Tendonitis, dead. Bursitis, gone. I got proof. I got a $3,000 MRI that said I had a partially torn rotator cuff. Hello? See this? No surgery. See?
If I were to summarize everything that's happening at this point, by the time I open up Dylan's story, I send a ton of information.
All things.
The film grossed over $285 million box office buckaroos off a $140 million budget, so that's good. But Jet Li knew that he was accepted by Western audiences when he was nominated for Best Villain at those MTV Movie Awards. Then came the new millennium, the year 2000. And as you know, since he had just played a villain, a bad guy, in Lethal Weapon 4, he had to play the hero in his next movie. And producer Joe Silver agreed to make him a good guy, giving Lee the starring role in a movie called Romeo Must Die, opposite the late great Aaliyah. Producer Joel Silver said that he had become bored with American action films at that time, so he turned to Hong Kong cinema to find something fresh for American audiences, and Jet Li, well, he was that fresh something. Romeo Must Die pulled in a respectable $91 million on a $25 million budget. Critics found Jet Li incredibly impressive in this film, but when he wasn't on screen, they said the movie was boring. Oh no, you don't want your movie to be boring. That's no good.
I can't hit a girl.
And at this time, Jet Li would learn a few things about being an international movie star. Unfortunately, being an international movie star means you're going to have a lot of people, a lot of different people, diverse people to please, and you ain't going to please everybody. Some fans in some countries expect some things from you, and other fans in other countries expect another thing, like playing the bad guy in Lethal Weapon 4. So his performance in Romeo Must Die was actually disappointing to some kung fu purist movie geeks, because they didn't like the wire work and the quote-unquote distracting hip-hop soundtrack. Also, there was some controversy with Jet Li, who, happens to be an Asian person, and Aaliyah, who, happens to be a black person. And the controversy came when those two people of different races were romantically connected.
You'll get more information when you hit dirt.
That made people very uncomfortable, because China and racism and stuff and things. It's not good. And in order to try to please racist people and non-racist people all over the world, they ended up not pleasing anybody. So they included the love story, but there were strict rules about physical touching between these two people who happened to be of two different races. Ironically, with a guy named Romeo not being able to really be romantic with his leading lady. I think Aaliyah touches him on the cheek and then maybe pats him on the back. It's the love story of our time. So Jet Li was struggling to balance multiple cultural elements in his films, which is kind of ridiculous. He should have just focused on making good movies, But Jet and the studio had to consider some uncomfortable truths, because that's show business.
Would you believe that doing a simple 5-minute trick just once a day can raise your credit scores into the 700s?
Uncomfortable truths, because that's show business. Jet Li himself would come up with the story for his next film, Kiss of the Dragon. And yet again, Jet Li was too fast for modern technology, 2001 technology, and the fight scenes had to be slowed down in post-production. Fixed it in post, because you couldn't clearly see what he was doing on screen. It was just like, what was that? I don't know, it was too fast. 24 frames per second ain't good.
Honecker, you out there? Staff Sergeant Herrera, Colonial Marines. She's in a radio dead zone. Patch into the local network.
As Jet Li was perfectly capable of performing all the stunts without any assistance. Get out of here, Wyatt. You're fired. We don't need you. The movie Kiss of the Dragon used more realistic fighting techniques similar to Jet Li's earlier films. The film went on to make $37 million. It received mixed reviews, most agreeing that the martial arts in the film were breathtaking, but many found the violence to be a bit too much, and the plot to be a bit too little.
I locked down the deck. The override security in the op center.
Later in the year 2001, he would make a sci-fi movie called Rogue One, about a man who travels through a multiverse to kill versions of himself in order to be, you guessed it, one. The film pulled in a not-too-shabby $72.6 million worldwide off a $49 million budget, but the film was heavily criticized for burying Jet Li's natural martial arts talents under special effects and fast editing. No need for these special effects and this editing you speak of. Cut out the cuts. Lee would then return to the Chinese-produced film Hero, where he plays the unnamed heroes from
protagonist, and he actually turned down a role in the Matrix sequence for this. Looking back, it was the right move, because everyone hates the Matrix sequence except for the people that are wrong. At the time of Hero's release, the film was the most expensive film to ever be produced by mainland China, but it did have a hard time making its way over the USA. Miramax was finally convinced to release the film after they were pressured by Disney executives, the Chinese government, and filmmaker Quentin Tarantino. So finally, in August 2004, it was released. It became the first ever Chinese language film to open #1 stateside and remained there for 2 weeks. Have you ever met a person that thinks when a movie says Quentin Tarantino presents that it means he directed it? Yeah, I hate that. The film made $53.7 million in the United States and remains the third highest grossing foreign language film in North America. Go, hero, go. Hero was even nominated for Best Foreign Language Film at the Academy and ranked one of the top 100 action films and remained by Time Out magazine. The film has been called everything a martial arts fan could ask for. Roger Ebert is saying that the film transcends action and violence and moves into poetry, ballet, and Jet Li's performance of Hero is truly timeless. His skills and his talent in this film are almost on a spiritual level. Then his next movie was Cradle to the Grave in 2003, starring opposite the late great DMX, Tom Arnold. The film received mostly negative reviews because the movie's dumb. Yet, as in the case with all of Jet Li's American films, reviewers made sure to point out that Jet Li was the bright spot in this horrible movie. Cradle to the Grave cost a reported $25 million and pulled in a $6 million box office, making it a moderate success. And when successes are moderate, it's still successful. Wrong time. Jet Li's own daughter was almost swept away. The water quickly rose over Jet Li's head as the wave washed over him. And through his quick thinking and actions, he was able to save his daughter. And like with so many other people who had loved ones in these areas, the world went these days without knowing whether or not Jet Li and his family had perished. Because of Jet Li's quick thinking and the bravery of strangers, he and his family, and it was this near-death experience that changed Jet Li's soul forever. So, he came forward then, and he set up a foundation called One. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the movie The One. Probably doesn't, but this charity One does some great work. Thanks to Jet Li. After this horrible experience, he started dedicating more of his time to charity work, like reconstructing the island and helping other victims, survivors. Jet Li truly is a hero on and off the screen.
Without asking what's your country, where you're from, what's your religion, help each other, and I say easy. I'm gonna survive this time. I will change my life. Because JD already dead. Next move, JD lighting to show the love to the world. Do everything I can to help people in the future.
Now, let's get back to talking about stupid things like movies. His next movie was called Unleashed in 2005. He would reunite his Kiss of the Dragon screenwriter for this movie that in France is known as Danny the Dog. So whether you call this Unleashed or Danny the Dog, I think we can all agree this is a
wild, crazy, wonderful film. And wrote the film specifically for me. The film earned decent reviews. Most people appreciated this film. More to do than just punch and kick. He actually got a chance to act, alongside Morgan Freeman. So a lot of people consider this his best English language film. I really like it. I think it's interesting because he's like a guy who's like a dog, but it's not like one of those Tim Allen movies. That's probably the worst way to describe this movie, but I'm gonna just keep it. The film was only estimated to make $18 million, but it ended up pulling in $24.5 million. So good job, Danny the dog. Good boy. Who's a good boy? You are Danny the dog. And Jet Li's rapid rise to stardom can be actually seen in the title of his next movie, Jet Li Fearless. Yes, now the name Jet Li alone was marketable in the United States. The film was widely praised for its impressive choreography. Look at that choreography, it's so impressive. In Hong Kong, the film made an impressive $30 million, making it the highest grossing film of the territory that year. Territory, and finished its North American run with $24.6 million, making it the highest grossing foreign film in the United States. Jet Li. And by this point, Jet Li seemed to have proven his point in Hollywood and went back to starring in mostly China/Hong Kong productions. With the usual Hollywood role thrown in for good measure. In the year 2007, he received Best Actor at the Hong Kong Film Awards for his performance in No More Lords. The film's budget was $40 million, with $15 million of those dollars going to Jet Li's pocket. He deserves it, I'm just saying. Hey, Coach Fred, the clever investor here, let me ask you something. Do you want to flip a house with me? Seriously, I'm going to give you free deal finding software. You find the deals. I flip the deal. We split profits 50-50. I'll give you the free training, the free software. Click the link that you see on your screen. If you've ever wanted to get into real estate, now is the perfect time. The rest of the world is falling apart. I'm actually here in Miami on my friend's yacht. We're just enjoying a good time masterminding together. I'm flipping houses nationwide from my computer. If you want to help me do it, if you want to be the deal finding part of the operation, click the link, go watch the free training video. It's going to explain everything. There's no courses to buy. I'm going to actually give you free training. I'm going to give you a free software, and you're going to be the deal finder. Submit them to me. I will take it from there. You find, I flip, we split profits. I already have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hungry cash buyers lined up looking for deals nationwide, and they're asking me to go find them deals. I'm going to use your help. We're going to do it together. Whatever profits we make, we're going to split 50-50. We make 25 grand, you get half. You make 10 grand, you get half. You make 2 grand, you get half. But you can do it from home. So if you've ever wanted to get into real estate, learn from one of the best. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. I've been investing for over 18 years, done thousands of transactions. I'm one of the biggest names in the game. Google me, okay? Trust me. You want to partner with me. You want to make money with me. Everybody I'm around makes money when they get into my orbit, okay? So if you've ever wanted to get into the business, this is a short shot. There's no courses to buy in. Just click the dang link and go watch the free training video. It's going to explain everything. And then let's go from there. You find, I flip, we split profits. Simple as that. Click the link and I'll see you over on the next page.
Can eggs really damage a man's, you know what? According to the latest research from Italy, the answer is yes. In fact, any food that's known to irritate the bowels, including bread, cereal, chips, cookies, carbonated drinks, cheese and dairy, and even high-protein diets, which were thought to be healthy, have now been linked to depriving men of their youth below the belt. And the result is shocking. According to the Italian study, 80% of GI doctors don't even bother to ask patients if they're struggling with performance issues. Another 60% say they'd rather avoid the subject altogether. And a jaw-dropping 50% say they don't have time to discuss such problems. Which begs the question, how many men are suffering in silence, plagued by this humiliating problem? And is there hope? Fortunately, there is. And it doesn't involve giving up delicious food. U.S. scientists have just discovered a hidden organ that acts like a switch, which can restore problems south of the border quickly and easily, regardless of what a man eats. This new breakthrough is safe, doesn't involve pills, injections, or expensive surgery, and can be done from home in as little as 20 seconds a day. And the men who've successfully activated this hidden organ are experiencing a life they never dreamed possible. They've restored their mojo, their relationships, they found a zest for life, and above all, they no longer worry their partner is going to leave them for someone else. Click the button right now to discover how to activate this hidden organ. It was discovered by this man, top men's health expert Dr. Lionel Shub, and in his 30-plus year career, he said he's never seen something work as fast or as effectively as switching on this hidden organ. He claims it's saving more marriages than counseling, but it's urging folks to discover it for themselves before Big Pharma steps in and cancels this video for good. Click the button right now to discover how to activate this hidden organ.
Deserves it, I'm just saying. Also, in that year, 2007, Lee would appear opposite fellow badass Jason Statham in the movie. What is it for? Well, it's good for this movie. And Lee actually said in several interviews that he had no confidence in the film's director. Sucks. Jet Li said that halfway through filming the movie, he knew that war was going to be a critical and commercial failure. Which is weird because everybody loves war, and he was not wrong. It was labeled boring and full of cliches. And everybody hates boring cliches. They're the worst. War pulled in $22 million in the United States. Then came the year of the rat, 2008. This year saw the highly anticipated team-up of martial arts legends Jet Li and Jackie Chan in the movie The Jackie Chan and Jet Li love working with each other. Jackie Chan said that shooting the fight scenes were relaxing and easy because he was so comfortable working with Jet Li. They each understood each other's similar trainings and similar rhythms and reactions to the dance. Jackie Chan says that it is not unusual to have like over 10 takes while filming an action scene, but with Lee, they did not have to shoot these over and over and over again. It was pretty much perfect every time. The reaction to the film was mostly positive, with most people saying that the highly anticipated collaboration between Lee and Chan did not disappoint in the fight scenes, but those pesky critics did say that the film lacks pretty much every other category. Every filmography should have a mummy in it, and for Jet Li, that mummy was the Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, also known as the Mummy 3. It's the third one. Since Lee is a very busy guy, he was only available for part of the shoot, hence why a lot of his scenes are CGI Jet. But even CGI Jet Li is great. Look at him, he's made of terracotta. But unfortunately, this is probably the most hated of that Mummy franchise. Many saying that it lacked the fun of the first two, and yeah, it kind of did. Even though it has like epic stuff in it, like this freaking Yetis. But Roger Ebert, the guy with the thumbs, he's a big fan of The Mummy 3, claiming that he likes the film because it is just plain dumb fun. If you say so. The film is the lowest grossing of the Mummy franchise, pulling in $401 million worldwide. And to most, that number would be a hit, over $400 million, but to Universal, it was a franchise killer. Jet Li officially killed the Mummy, and then we got that Tom Cruise nonsense, which makes The Mummy 3 look like a masterpiece. In 2009, he appeared in a very controversial film called The Founding of a Republic, and the following year, 2010, he was in a highly praised dramatic film called Ocean Heaven. But then Jet Li would join the team of probably the most badass team ever put on screen, The Expendables. A true collaboration of true badasses making a pretty good movie, I guess. The best part of this movie is just reading the poster. I'm like, oh my gosh, all those people are in it. And when you read Jet Li's name, you're like, yeah, he fits. He deserves his place amongst those Expendables. And being an expendable actually means you're not expendable. If that makes any sense. The film was a massive hit, pulling in $274 million worldwide on an $80 million budget. You get to see action legends just being action legends next to each other.
Look,
It may not be a great movie, but it's a great thing to
If it's
watch.
illegal, I can get no problem. But if it's legal, I'll need you to file a requisition form 1348
2011 saw the
or
release of The Sorcerer and the White Snake, a film that Lee was tricked into taking because the producers claimed that he wouldn't do much fighting in it, yet once filming began, he realized it was quite the opposite, saying that the film was far more exhausting than his other films because he was fighting a bunch of untrained people, which just makes it hard for everybody. Time between his Eastern and Western productions for Flying Swords of Dragon Gate and The Expendables 2, which were being filmed at the same time. The original script for Expendables 2 had an entire subplot to be filmed in China, with Lee playing a major role. But there were lots of complications with the Chinese government and Lee's schedule. Thus, Sylvester Stallone just came up with the idea of Lee jumping out of a plane over China, and then you never see him again, until Expendables 3. The year 2013 would see Lee appear in an action parody called Badges of Fury. It was a Hong Kong-produced film that was poorly received and quickly forgotten. Then came the year 2014, and Lee would appear again in an Expendables movie. This time it's the third one, so they call it Expendables 3. And he's only featured in about 5 minutes of the entire film. And it's the first PG-13 entry of the series. And the worst reviewed. And the worst performing. And for quite a while, this would be Jet Li's last Hollywood film. Until Mulan. In 2013, Jet Li went public with the news that he had been suffering from hyperthyroidism. And around that time, a photo of Lee found its way trending on the internet, where Lee has appeared to have aged many years. I, myself, and other fans became very worried about Lee's health. And in the year 2016, when Lee released his Hong Kong fantasy film League of Gods, he said that he was taking fewer film roles to focus on his charity work with the Red Cross Society of China, and his own, the One Foundation, and that stepping away from the film industry had nothing to do with any health concerns. I don't know. He does look really not good in that photo, but his manager just said that it was horrible lighting and a bad angle, which made him age like 30 years. I don't know. The photo is not flattering and caused a lot of rumors to spread because, it's the internet. That's what it does best. But Lee and his manager insist that the picture is not a representation of his health and has been greatly over-exaggerated. So yeah, many people were very, very concerned.
rumors were everywhere that the dude was falling apart. And this may shock you, I'm not a doctor or anything, but they say he's doing great. And I'm gonna choose to believe them. You know, I'm so happy that you're doing better, Jet Li, and we here at the Joe Blow Movie Network wish you nothing but healthy days. I mean, we wish that for everybody, but this video isn't about everybody, it's about Jet Li.
You are a mighty warrior. Rise up like a phoenix. Fight for the kingdom and its people.
But then came Mulan in the year
2020.
And any fears of Jet Li's diminishing health were put to rest when photographs of the movie's premiere were released and Jet Li was looking fine, fresh, young, and vibrant. So it was like, okay, he's good, he's healthy, everyone. Nothing can stop Jet Li. Like, tsunamis, diseases, the Hong Kong mafia, bad reviews, nothing can take him down. Li had originally turned down the role of the Emperor in the live-action adaptation of Mulan, Disney Plus, because he did not like the script or his paycheck. But his daughters convinced him to do the movie and told him that it was important for a company as big as Disney to shine light on the Chinese culture. So Li accepted the role. And unfortunately, due to the shutdown,
2020.
Mulan will go down in history as one of the first major motion pictures to not get a theatrical release because of the pandemic, making its way over to Disney Plus. And you could pay $30 to watch this on Disney Plus, or just wait a few weeks until it's on Disney Plus. It did make $70 million worldwide despite the limited availability, but the film's production faced much controversy. It's China.
Every family will supply one man. We'll protect our beloved people and crush these murderers.
There is no other way to say it. Jet Li is the ultimate badass. In a world where muscle-bound macho men defined a genre, Jet Li came along with his 146-pound frame and put them all to shame. He showed Western audiences a style of action hero and villain that we had never seen before. So I just want to say thank you, Jet Li, for all of the great films. And nobody, not nobody, should give a f*** about what the f*** happened to Jet Li, because he has left his mark on the art of cinema and the art of martial arts. And his charity work, too. Gotta mention that. Even if all of his movies did not exactly live up to expectations for everyone around the world, you always loved seeing Jet Li on the screen, just being a level of awesome that only Jet Li could be. His focus seems to be more on his charity work than his movies nowadays. Good for him. But whatever he does next, I will be there alongside many others, moving our arms around and kicking our legs, mimicking this legend as we sit back and munch on our popcorn. And I'm sure that the next Jet Li is out there watching his movies too, and training. And who knows, maybe it could be you. Or me. No, it's not me. But it's definitely you. And that's what the f*** happened to Jet Li. Thank you for watching our show. If you like what you see, please subscribe to our Joe Blow Videos channel. Tell your friends who like this sort of content, and turn on the bell to receive notifications for all our latest videos. We're an independent company, and we appreciate all your support.
Tại sao người ta kiếm được 10.000 đô, còn mình thì không? Người ta mua được nhà, tại sao mình lại không? Và bạn đang khao khát.
Sau bí quyết giúp bạn tập thể dục đúng cách, Bí quyết tập thể dục đúng cách chẳng những mang đến cho bạn nhiều lợi ích sức khỏe mà còn giúp bạn tránh khỏi những chấn thương không mong muốn. Vậy tập thể dục như thế nào là đúng cách? Nếu mà tập thể dục sai cách, chẳng những làm tổn thương cơ thể của mình, còn không đốt cháy được nhiều calo như mong muốn. Mặt khác, thói quen tập thể dục sai cách còn gây ảnh hưởng lâu dài đến sức khỏe của bạn nữa đấy. 1. Cách tập thể dục đúng cách: ăn nhẹ trước khi tập thể dục. Nhiều người thường nghĩ tập thể dục khi bụng đói sẽ đốt cháy nhiều mỡ thừa trong cơ thể hơn so với việc ăn trước khi tập luyện. Tuy nhiên, để có đủ sức tập luyện, bạn nên ăn nhẹ trước khoảng 45 phút đến 1 tiếng để cung cấp năng lượng cho cơ thể. Cơ thể bạn cần có một lượng gluco, lượng đường trong máu để duy trì năng lượng trong quá trình tập luyện. Cơ thể nhịn đói sẽ dẫn đến tình trạng lượng đường trong máu bị hạ thấp. Nếu lượng đường trong máu bị thấp sẽ khiến bạn mệt mỏi, uể oải, chóng mặt trong quá trình tập luyện, thậm chí là giảm hiệu quả giảm cân. Nếu muốn tập thể dục đúng cách để giảm cân, trước khi tập, bạn có thể ăn sữa chua ít béo với một loại hoa quả như sơ ri, nho, trứng, mận Hà Nội, v.v. Bạn có thể ăn một quả chuối hoặc vài lát táo, có thêm một ít bơ hạnh nhân. Đây là những món ăn nhanh, tốt cho sức khỏe nhưng có thể cung cấp cho cơ thể bạn năng lượng cần thiết để tập luyện chăm chỉ. Bên cạnh thói quen ăn nhẹ, bạn nên uống khoảng từ 400 đến 500 ml nước trước khi tập thể dục để cung cấp năng lượng cho cơ thể và ngăn ngừa tình trạng khô cổ họng. Bạn cũng cần chuẩn bị nước uống thể thao để uống sau 15 phút tập và chỉ uống ngụm nhỏ để không bị trào ngược dạ dày. Việc uống đủ nước cho cơ thể đóng vai trò rất quan trọng để đào thải độc tố trong cơ thể và giảm mỡ thừa. Thứ hai, kéo giãn cơ thể trước khi tập. Hoạt động thực hiện các bài tập kéo giãn cơ thể cũng là một bước tập thể dục đúng cách giúp bạn làm nóng người, tránh nguy cơ chấn thương và tăng cường các lợi ích khi tập luyện. Đây là cách tập thể dục hiệu quả nhất kể cả khi tập ở nhà hay phòng gym. Bạn hãy dành ra từ 5 đến 10 phút để khởi động cơ thể bằng những bài tập cardio như chạy bộ, đạp xe, nhảy dây, v.v. Sau đó, thực hiện những bài tập giãn cơ để kích thích não, tăng phạm vi chuyển động của khớp và ngăn ngừa bong gân, đau cơ. 3. Thực hiện đa dạng các bài tập. Nếu muốn tập thể dục đúng cách để giảm cân, bạn nên thực hiện chuỗi bài tập xoay vòng, làm tăng nhịp tim và đốt cháy lượng calo tối đa. Các bài tập xoay vòng sẽ được thực hiện một cách kết hợp nhiều động tác với nhau, khoảng 5 đến 4 bài. Tập ở cường độ cao và thời gian nghỉ rất ít. Các bài tập xoay vòng sẽ tác động đến nhiều bộ phận trên cơ thể của bạn. Bạn cũng có thể thực hiện động tác này lên một bộ phận cơ thể rồi chuyển sang bộ phận khác. Chẳng hạn như nâng tạ là một bài tập giúp tăng cường khả năng đốt cháy chất béo mà đàn ông hay phụ nữ đều có thể thực hiện. 4. Thay đổi thói quen tập thể dục. Tập thể dục sao cho đúng cách. Nếu duy trì thói quen thực hiện mỗi bài tập thể dục mỗi ngày, cơ thể bạn sẽ dần quen với bài tập và khiến nó khó giảm cân vô cùng. Vì thế, bạn hãy thay đổi các bài tập của mình ít nhất 2 lần một tuần để thay đổi thói quen tập luyện và giúp các bộ phận được tác động nhiều nhất có thể. 5. Không sử dụng điện thoại khi tập luyện. Tập thể dục thế nào để giảm cân nhanh? Thời gian tập luyện với cường độ cao là rất cần thiết để bạn đốt cháy mỡ thừa. Nếu bạn muốn thấy kết quả như ý, bạn không nên sử dụng điện thoại khi tập thể dục vì lúc này bạn đang cho cơ thể nghỉ ngơi và không thể tập trung tập luyện được. Bạn hãy xác định nhịp tim tối đa theo mỗi phút để biết rằng bạn đang tập cường độ cao hay chưa. Nhịp tim tối đa của phụ nữ được tính bằng công thức 220 trừ đi số tuổi hiện tại, còn nhịp tim tối đa của đàn ông là 226 trừ đi số tuổi hiện tại. Mặc dù bạn cần tập trung để tập luyện với cường độ cao, nhưng nếu cảm thấy tập luyện quá sức thì bạn nên giảm cường độ để tránh bị kiệt sức, ngất xỉu hay chấn thương. 6. Biết giới hạn của bản thân. Bạn nên biết giới hạn của bản thân nếu không muốn tập luyện trở nên kém hiệu quả. Việc tập luyện quá sức làm cơ thể của bạn chấn thương, làm ảnh hưởng khá nhiều đến sinh hoạt hàng ngày, thậm chí khiến bạn phải ngừng việc tập luyện một thời gian. Lúc này, bạn phải nằm một chỗ để điều trị bệnh, còn dễ dàng tăng cân hơn nữa đấy. Nếu bạn làm tổn thương một bộ phận của cơ thể, thì bạn có thể thực hiện các bài tập tác động đến vùng cơ khác. Nếu bị tổn thương phần thân trên, thì đau cơ quanh khớp vai, rách cơ bắp tay, thì bạn có thể tập cardio cường độ cao ở phần thân dưới như chạy bộ, nhảy bước, nhảy dây, tập squat. Nếu các chấn thương của bạn nằm ở chi dưới như đầu gối, mắt cá chân, bàn chân, bắp chân, thì bạn có thể thử thách các bài tập cardio tác động thấp như bơi lội, chèo thuyền, đấm bốc với lực nhẹ và vừa phải. Nếu bị bất kỳ chấn thương nào trên cơ thể, tốt nhất bạn mới nên điều trị theo sự hướng dẫn của bác sĩ. Bạn nên lưu ý không thể dùng vào sáng sớm khi trời còn tối ở công viên, vì lúc này cây xanh nên thải khí carbonic không tốt cho sức khỏe. Bạn cũng chỉ nên tập thể dục vào sáng sớm sau 6 giờ để tránh sương mù. Bên cạnh đó, vào những ngày trời mùa đông lạnh, hãy tập thể dục vào lúc 8 đến 9 giờ sáng hoặc 5 đến 6 giờ chiều để tránh bị đột quỵ nhé. Khi biết được những bí quyết tập thể dục đúng cách, bạn không chỉ giúp cơ thể thải mỡ thừa, giảm cân mà còn có nhiều lợi ích về sức khỏe. Bạn cũng cần tập luyện ở mức độ vừa phải để tránh khỏi những chấn thương ngoài ý muốn. Sau khi tập thể dục xong, bạn nên lau khô mồ hôi rồi tắm bằng nước ấm để thư giãn cơ thể. Vừa rồi là những chia sẻ của mình, chúc các bạn thành công. Và bạn nào đã có nhu cầu mua dụng cụ tập gym tại nhà, hãy kích vào link dưới mô tả. Xin chào và hẹn gặp lại các bạn ở những video lần sau.
Making this quick video because it has been 1 month since joining the Cash Flow 101 system, and so what I wanted to do is make this video to show you the results that I've gotten in my first month joining the system. So you see here, there's tons of packages. I don't know exactly how many. Got a calculator right here. We're going to calculate the running total, and I'm just going to show you what kind of result that I've gotten since joining this system. Now guys, the craziest part about all of this is that the only thing that I did was plug into the system, follow the instructions, and then literally get this cash sent directly to me, hassle-free. I don't do any selling, I don't do any closing, I don't do really anything. The system takes care of it all for me.
Now that we've recovered Hong Kong, Colonel Ship sent a team to find Katanga's logs. The sentry guns protecting them just went dry. Get to the turrets, rearm them if you find them, and hold against the Xenos. On search and rescue. Blue team may be in Katanga's last security since, but once they reach the Xeno Hive, they dropped out of radio contact. You're going in to find them. summer cook. Follow me. Molina's blue fire team passed this way. Give him the boot, fire team! You're in their house. They could come from any direction. So, be paranoid. If you see something, shoot something. Watch where you walk. There'll be eggs.
Prowler.
Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. Aid kit's here.
Aid kit's here. Rearming, aid kit's here.
Door's welded. Cut it.
Hear that? I'm good.
I know the fire team went this way.
Watch its attacks.
Tonga's crystal systems are on the lower decks. If the blue Fireteam continue to pursue their objective, they would have made below.
Catching up. Grab your ammo.
Across the catwalks. Keep on.
Rearm. Incoming targets. Patching up. Rearm. 8 is here.
Accessing. Stand by.
Thruster's hack!
Analysis complete. Blue team used this console to disable the capacitor safeties.
They're still in the fight. They'll be headed to the core lift next.
Another way! Fireteam, are you out there?
Condor's well. Blue team went that way. Cut it.
I'll cut it.
Xenos, behind!
BT
We hear you. We're close. Hang on, Molina. We're coming. Private Brzezinski. Step it up, Fireteam. Molina's close. Get her home.
I have a return on the final PPT. It is in that room. That's Corporal Molina. We're so close. One fucking hallway.
Catching up.
Eyes, top side. Blue team down, we're taking over point on this op.
I'll get those bastards for this.
Going to scuttle this fucking shitbox.
Rearming. Done.
Put the core in an override ring. That means going all the way to the bottom, the heart of the nest.
Fireteam, this is a rescue mission. You're boarding Katanga, a derelict orbital refinery. Ingress is via the forward airlock. You'll locate, secure, and evac Dr. Tim Honecker, a Weyland-Yutani scientist. Mount up, people.
got a ping on Dr. Honecker's personal data transmitter. He's not far in. First, we need a deck plan. Pull one off a terminal and chlorine extraction. Huh. Just emergency lights. And maybe we can kick the backup power after we grab Honecker. Patch into the console. I'll pull it down over wireless. Give me a second. I got a deck plan. Backup generator is beyond Honecker's ping. We can kick it after we grab it. Our men should be in the junction ahead. Honecker, this is the Colonial Marines. You hearing me? Acid damage. Not encouraging. Continue your sweep. He should be right here. High speed incoming. Get hot. Way more than I expected. Watch the road. Where are they coming from? I didn't expect so many. Hey, on the deck, Honecker's PD teaching. He cut it out. But why? Doors were open shut. Sloppy work. Guess Honecker went this way. Track down Honecker. Searching this whole barge will take too long. Eyes up. Bugs now, idea later. By Honecker, probably. Release the locks. Anyway, I'm thinking we can track the doctor using station logs. There's a data line just starboard of your casinos. Lots of casinos. Damn and synthetic. Keep moving aft.
Grabbing ammo. Ambush.
While Lister reviews the data, you can get the power up. Dynamo never run into an acid-spitting morph. Where did this come from?
Grabbing ammo. Patching up. Nice! An aid kit. Rearm. Patching up. Slow down.
Spinning this up is gonna make noise, vibration, heat, whatever bugs key off, they'll catch it. Be ready for a fight when you switch on.
It's here. Rearming.
This thing's been idle a long while. It's gonna take time to movement. Just finished injecting lubricant. H2 feed just connected. Getting there. Shit, that's a warrior. Just about to keep power to the mains. Nice. We'll send a follow-up engineering team to get that mess fixed proper. Keep heading aft toward the core.
Pardon me. I have completed my analysis. 2 weeks ago, the mainframe on Deck 41 was accessed, I believe by Dr. Honecker.
Marines, head to the core lift. Big freight elevator goes all the way up the main tower. On your toes, Fireteam. Watch the vents. Sending you through the refinery core. Join the Marines, see the grimiest parts of the galaxy.
Yo, you're over here. Got it.
Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound.
When we reach Honecker, we're gonna find a scientist or a puddle of chunky marinara. I got a crew running. I'd say testing accomplished, but you know, looks. Got some big internal leaks. Never a good sign in space. You there? You still good, Marines? We don't find this guy alive, I'm gonna kill him. That's the lift. Entrance on the far side. Same deal as the generator. Expect little friends to pop out all over this turns on. Elevator 17 decks up. It'll take a while to show.
8 kids here.
Set up a perimeter, then hit the call button.
8 kids here. Slow down. gun ready. Deck. Line is out. Line is prepped.
Bugs inbound. They are right on you. Incoming on the left. Watch the hole. Just another minute. You got this.
Prep demo.
Into the elevator. Hold on, Marine.
Simplify.
you got him. Hunger waits. At least that's what my betting pool thinks.
I'm not big on chatting up the Is it legal? I mean, if it's illegal, I can get no problem. But if it's legal, I'll need you to file...
Oh, okay. 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 Okay.
Xenos took out the entire Blue Fire team. Their mission falls to us. You're going into the heart of the hive to rig the refinery for detonation. That will take out the Xeno Queen, her entire brood, and you if you don't move fast.
You're gonna put the refinery into overload state. You need to do that from process control. It's at the base of Likasa's core.
That's slightly near the Xenomorph Queen.
Don't forget to watch for eggs. cover each other. Before you enter the core, we'll restore the auxiliary lift. It'll be your egress. The self-destruct won't give much time. There's an active terminal. Try it. Bugs built the wall over the console. Great. Through the door. Something my last incoming! Next stop's the elevator.
I'll kick those bastards for this. Nice! It ain't catch. Grabbing ammo.
Hear that?
Don't charge the door, they ambush. Careful.
Catching up. Grabbing ammo.
Listen.
After you start the overload, this will be your evac route.
Rearming. Grabbing ammo. High voltage!
Now we blow this place. Final briefing at the core.
guide you through the process. When all 3 systems are down, the reactor will build up to overload. You'll have about 2 minutes to reach that elevator we fixed. Get it done. Get home. That is all. The lift will express you down to subdeck 5. We'll be waiting to evac you there. When you're ready, breach the door. You survived everything up to this. Finish it.
Grabbing ammo. Gun ready.
Thought that catwalk looked unstable? You'll egress by a different route.
Rearming.
I am analyzing the control systems. Stand by. Please, disable the safety limiters on the Kasi core's auger.
Grabbing ammo. Patching up. 8 kits here.
Follow each other!
recovered Honecker, Colonel Ship sent a team to find Katanga's logs. The sentry guns protecting them just went dry. Get to the turrets, rearm them if you find ammo, and hold against the Xenos.
We had sentry guns on the top deck of Likasi Tower over the main access to the Xeno Hive. Ship sent a team to recover some mastrogation logs. The bugs swarmed and the guns went dry. Hold the junction until the search team finishes and try to scrounge ammo for the sentries. Prep your defenses, then open the air shafts. Should draw the Xenos away from the other team and straight to you. Patch up while you got time. They'll be back.
Backing up.
Next wave won't hit for a few.
Grabbing ammo. Patching up. Nice. An 8K.
Got more sentry ammo. Around a radiological leak.
I'll get those bastards for this.
It's here.
Catching up.
Grab that sentry ammo.
Damn it!
Secure. Another swarm's coming.
Clear. 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 Clear.
Next wave won't hit for a few.
Rearming. Grabbing ammo.
Board's clear for now.
Patching up. Rearming. Grabbing ammo.
ton of bugs today, Fireteam. Nice work.